Hello everyone, my name is Steven Zapata. I'm a concept artist, illustrator, online art teacher, and former instructor at Art Center College of Design. I would like to introduce you to my new drawing course, Form from Imagination, a course designed to help you draw with confidence from your mind. Maybe you want to be a professional illustrator or designer, maybe you want to be a master with a pencil, or maybe you just want to be the best artist that you can be. Beautiful goals. But it's not always clear how to improve the work that you do from imagination. Over the past 6 months, I've taken all of the little eurekas, tips, and essential exercises that gave me confidence drawing from my mind and compiled them into a sequential course. We start with the absolute foundations, covering the scientific nature of light and shadow, how to hatch, how to create flat tones, how to render spheres and cubes, and step by step, we move through combined shapes, complex shapes, organic shapes. We cover how to simplify extremely complex subjects like the head into basic shapes so that you can handle them more easily from your head. We look at how to understand and treat details. And by the end of these 14 chapters with over 50 video lessons, you'll be ready to do complex designs from your mind with fidelity and energy. And all the demos are done in pencil on paper, so you can do all of the assignments even if you don't have a fancy digital art setup. But I also have demos, instructions, and modifications to the assignments for those who do want to do them digitally. Here's how it works. Go to formfromimagination.com and sign up for the course. Download the assignment book and start watching the lectures. Do the assignments at your own pace. Take your time with them and use this self-study to develop your patience. When you're done, post your assignments in the exclusive community hub, and I'll personally critique your work with drawovers, diagrams, and advice. I want you to know, this course is no joke just because it's online. It is challenging content, and it is more complete than it would be if I was teaching this class at an art college as I have before. If I was teaching this class in person at Art Center today, I would just play these videos in class, knowing full well that they're the most concise, focused, edited, step-by-step way to convey the material. So I'm serious when I say, this course isn't just a substitute for a college-level course, it's better than a college-level course. And you don't have to pay thousands of dollars per credit and wind up hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. So thank you for checking out the course, thank you for watching this and for your support, and thank you for drawing and making your artwork. The world needs it. I'll see you soon. go time. It's go time. It's go time. Emma Blongskog, Ephira, Nyo Vilbo, Mike, Stefan Gobert, Corey, Krumnacker, Sansia, parenthetical, I can't, Matej K, Soko, Lay Ghost, Project Angry Man, Stefan Gobert, Chris Shimas, Doflamingo, Rappy, Michaelas, Legost, Aldrin Miles Bartosa, my dear Joseph Marziliano, Levin, K-Ho, Buff Bear, and who can forget Coheel. Hello, everybody. Let's draw. We're back on the early schedule because it is ungodly hot in New York City for the next few days, so I need to stream early in the morning before it reaches the temperature high so that I can stream with the air conditioner on low instead of on high. So here we are, going early, doing it early. Our Divinity Original Sin 2 music, which has been treating us well for the past few days. How's everybody doing? And we continue to be in Clip Studio. A Clip Studio. And I'm starting the day continuing work on this Mushroom Man that we did on the last one. And I don't know if I will stick with him. I'm just going to ink him a bit. A bit more inking. Even though I don't really need to. I just want to practice the inking. This is a concept sketch, so there's no actual, like, real reason to ink it for real. But I am interested in general in exploring my inking process in Clip Studio. Let me move this stuff over so that this radius and ulna continue correctly. Continuing to develop my Clip Studio muscle memory. Hello, Lockman. Hello, Chris Shimas. Auster, Mr. Sparkle. Hey, Steven, is it still forbidden to do 3D during your stream? Because I'm kind of making some lizard in ZBrush. That is indeed forbidden. Close the stream. Close the stream. Close the stream. Close out of the stream. Either open a sketchbook and draw or close the stream. Close the stream. Please close the stream. Steven, you looking 18 today? It's my face getting washed out by my work lights. Just a result of the streaming environment. If you could be next to me, you would see that I do not look 18. Hades music? Yes, this is from Hades. Hadwa. From Hades. Developing my muscle memory. Definitely developing my muscle memory. Hello, Renola Dominguez. What is this song? It's pretty. I think it was Good Riddance from the Hades soundtrack. Not Hades Town, not the musical, the video game, Hades. I know your mind definitely went to Hades Town first, because I know that most of the people in this stream are theater nerds. So you're always going to go to musicals first, I know that. I think we got a lot of theater nerds in here tonight. What's the longest time you've spent on a single drawing? Over 100 hours. Probably on my longest, if you counted everything, I've probably, you know. It's like, are we talking work time or time on the calendar? You know, because if we look at time on the calendar, there's definitely been drawings that have taken a whole month. If we're talking work time, like time spent making that particular drawing, not the prep, not the research, it's probably somewhere between 100 and 200 hours. I wouldn't know the exact time. And yeah, for things, if you include the research, the planning, you know, doing 3D models, all this stuff, then yeah, a month of work. So probably 300-ish hours or something like that on single images. Those would have been for work, probably, but for me, for work I've done for myself, yeah, somewhere between 100 and 200 hours. And I've done a few of those. Drawings, pencil drawings take a long time. Hello, if it's not the nth time already, what resolution do you suggest for this kind of practice? I can see it as 600 DPI, is 300 not enough? DPI doesn't really matter, not in digital. It's just raw pixel count. It's just what is the actual pixel dimensions of the canvas, because the way digital works, it doesn't matter what DPI you work at. It's like whatever the raw pixels are, at any arbitrary point, you can resample the canvas and change the DPI. DPI is really a print concern. You know, it depends on what printer you're using. So raw pixel dimensions, I just recommend, I don't know, for most detailed stuff, probably 5K is the bottom you would want to work at. Generally, the advice is whatever your final deliverable size is. So let's say it's UHD these days, which would be, 3840 by 2160. That's like a 4K monitor. You just want to make sure that you're over that and you downsample to it when you produce your final. If I'm doing something really detailed, I tend to work at 8K pixels on the longest side and below or above. And when I work on a huge canvas, I consider a huge canvas to be like 14,000 pixels, something like that. See if I can pull off the framing trick again. On these joints. Do you have a favorite painter or a few? Yeah, I have a lot of favorites. People often ask me for like a list. Who are your top artists ever? And I don't really know how to make that list. I mean, you sort of go through love affairs with favorites that last years or months, and then you get interested in something new. I've had so many periods of being greatly inspired by one artist or the other that it's like when I'm in the throes of that artist, they're my number one. And then they get cycled into the top 20, and then there's a new number one. Like, I think it's like that for most artists. We generally don't just stay obsessed with one other artist, you know? An artist will speak to you because like they seem to be good at something that you're struggling with lately, or they have a skill set that you want to improve, or their storytelling or something like that is just really aligned with your taste at the moment. The bottom of the humerus has such a cool shape with like a little spindle section in the middle, and then it's got the two epicondyles out on the edges, the lateral epicondyle and the medial epicondyle. If you go through the effort to begin your anatomy study by studying the bones, I mean, if you actually study the bones, their shapes are so specific and beautiful. They're so, you know, they're actually hyper specific, you know. Each, like the head and the bottom, all the two joints are always different. The middle always has a characteristic quality that's different than the middle of other bones. Like, it's so specific. Would you say that shape is humorous? No, I would not. If I want a diverse income, would it be better to focus much more on building a client base rather than generate a following on social media when you're first starting out? If you want a diverse income, see, I would consider client work to not really be diverse. I mean, you can move in different niches. You know, you can have clients that are in advertising, games, movies. Like you can, that it can be diverse within itself, but generally client work, I bin it as one category of income because whatever the niches are, it's all kind of the same. It's like when you do client work, you get paid for hours spent working, and client work doesn't really diverge from that, which is, I think of diversifying your income as different types of income. So client work is active income, right? You're not going to make more money than you work for in client work. Then there's passive income, things like advertising money from YouTube, or if you sell tutorial videos and things like that, that you could be making money when you sit on the couch, right? And that gets broken down. You know, you might have videos that are just completely hands off, right? Like you just make that money and you're done. There's nothing else to do. Or you might have something like a course where you make the money quasi-passively, but then you still have to do feedback or answer questions and things like this. Teaching, I consider to be a different kind of income because you make your own schedule, whereas client work, you don't make your own schedule. So yeah, I would think of diversifying your income more as that. It's like, what is the ratio of time spent working to money coming in, and use that to bin different kinds of income. Hey, look, it's Janos. How you doing, man? Hey, everyone. Whoever did not follow Steven yet, please do so. I want to see the 100K. Thank you, Janos. Yeah, it's creeping up there. We'll hit it at random some day here. I think we're very close. I think we're like, what, 200 away or 100 away? I don't know. I don't check the numbers, so I don't actually keep that close track of it. Karem says, help me, Steven. I feel like I'm not as creative as I was before. Looking at my old stuff, maybe not the technical side, but the creative side of it was much better than now. I feel I can't design much now. You've probably been focusing too much on fundamentals. That's my guess. If that's not the case, let me know. But I say it on here all the time. You should never go through a period in your learning where you don't do the kinds of pictures you dream of making. If you dream of making history paintings, always be making history paintings, shitty ones, even when you're a beginner. If you dream of making concept art for, like, you know, this character's supposed to be in a game, just do it the whole time, even when it's bad. If you dream of making a comic book, always be making a comic book, even while you're bad, even while you're a beginner. You should never go through a period where all you do is study for specifically that reason. People don't understand that your creativity is actually a creative skill, a muscle, a thing that you have to be used to and have momentum for, and it can literally rot on the vine if you don't practice it. That doesn't mean it's gone forever, right? But you can let it atrophy for so long that you will need to, if you let it get that bad, you will need to go through a painful period of creative physical therapy, creative rehabilitative therapy to bring it back and to get it back to a strong level. Again, it's not like it's gone forever. You can get it back, but getting stuck on just doing fundamental studies will definitely do that to you and should be avoided. Always, always, always be doing the kinds of stuff you dream of doing. Steven, come on, you need to do something for 100K to celebrate. I'm just gonna level with you. I probably won't. I'm just not that I'm not that kind of a guy. I hate to say it. I know it's not cool. I know it can seem very deflationary. I'm just not, that ain't me. I don't, it's still a number, and I just have no interest in celebrating numbers. I celebrate art, you know? I put out my course, that's a big deal, you know? I'll make a fun ad for it, I'll celebrate that. Next thing that I make, you know, a finished artistic thing, I will celebrate that. That I'll throw a party for, that I'll do a release party for, that I'll get pumped for. A number is just, it's numbers, man, and you don't even know, you don't really know anything about them. You don't know how many of those numbers are from people who are hate watching you. You don't know how many of those are just from people who are, it's just, it's all fake. It's all so fake. I just have no interest in that. Again, I know that's not cool to say. I know a YouTuber is supposed to be like, oh my God, you have no idea how much this means to me. Like, this is huge for me. It's like, I know that's how you're supposed to feel, and that's what you're supposed to say. And all I can say to that is I am not the coolest guy. I'm not a cool person. I don't know the right ways to act on stuff like that. It's just not me. It's just not me. I'll tell you what, if when do they send you the silver play button? Is it at 100K? I thought they increased it recently. If I get the silver play button, I'll put it up over my shoulder back there in the shadows of my studio, and that'll be, you guys can take that as a celebration, like, wow, he put up a thing. You know, even that is, even now saying it, I'm like, should just keep it in a box somewhere. Charlie says, hi, Steven. How are you? Love hearing Hades OST. The Hades OST is awesome. Big props to, I forget the composer's name. I think it's Danny something? No, Darren Korb. Quite an achievement. I think that's him singing on some of the tracks that have lyrics too, so he's a real renaissance man of music. If this was like a real ink job, if this was like a piece of production art, or it was going to be a panel in a comic, I would increase the resolution here, because you can see some of this small stuff in this small area is getting kind of pixelated. One of the reasons I want to do, I want to get more comfortable with Clip Studio though, is that I could be doing this on a vector layer, and on a vector layer, even that wouldn't be a problem. It could look pixelated while I work on it, but then I could export the file at an arbitrary size, and all that stuff would sharpen up. Hello, I'm curious, are you using pressure sensitivity in your lines? Yes, I am. Chris Shaimas says, I'm working on tarot card sketches for my own cards. Nice. Nice. That is awesome. Yeah, the tarot deck or regular playing cards have really been a good go-to for people who need a structured project that it's kind of easy to turn into a product. I've seen a lot of people do it, and it's amazing how much variety you can wring out of that project. It's like everybody's are very different. It has a lot of room for subjective reinterpretation. Go all the way, baby. Finish it, ship it. Do a Kickstarter for it when it's done or something like that. That's a cool thing to just have in the hole, you know? We can leave some strong black pools around the eyes because this is a focal point. Yeah, that's fine. Pedro Assisi says, Stephen, I know you don't do fan art, but could you consider with care in the future in a parallel hypothetical reality to draw the Spot from Spider-Verse? I don't know the Spot, but I'm good for fan art once a year or something like that, so maybe, you never know. It doesn't have to be in a parallel universe, it can be in this universe. I have failed to see the sequel to Spider-Verse in theaters. I tried twice, plans fell through, and now Oppenheimer is out, and Oppenheimer is my movie priority. Maybe if I see it at a theater that has both, that has Spider-Verse still playing, I'll try to double feature it. It's very frustrating. My whole movie life is messed up right now because I get stuck in these stalemates with all these groups that are like, don't see it without me. And I'm like, fine. And then I find out that they saw it without me. It's like, what are we doing here? Not sure if you're skilled in that manner, but Stephen, do you have any advice to get started with writing stories as an artist? The thing I usually recommend, the most accessible thing I've ever seen, is Save the Cat by Blake Snyder. It's Blake Snyder, right? It is a classic book on screenwriting formula. It's applicable to everything, and you can read it in an afternoon. When I taught dramatic narrative at Art Center, that was my required reading for the class. It was my required reading when I took the class. Is it formulaic? Yes. Is it a little tone deaf at times? Yes. Has our movie culture moved on since it was made in the 90s, I want to say? Yes. But still, for a book you'll actually read rather than a book that you will buy and then never read, which I would call, you know, Robert McKee's Story and some of these other longer books, definitely in that category. For accessibility and giving it to you straight and in an accessible fashion, I don't think anything's better. Save the Cat is still the best. And I'm talking about the first one for screenwriting. There's a sequel, Save the Cat Writes the Novel. I haven't read that one. I would assume it's just applying the principles to a longer form. I can't speak to that. If you graduate and you want more detail and more sophistication, Robert McKee's Story is the classic. It is a tome. It is extremely long. I prefer Into the Woods is probably my favorite book about story. Again, longer, maybe a little, it's mushier than a lot of people would like. It's more anathema to formulas than Save the Cat is, but I really like Into the Woods. There's another book that I really liked that I forget. I want to say it was called Understanding Stories. What the hell was it? I forget it. I got the name completely wrong there. It's not Understanding Stories. It's amazing how you can read a whole big book like that and just forget the name in a few years. But still, I liked Into the Woods better than that one anyway. So if you want more story detail, Robert McKee's Story and Into the Woods by, I think it's John Truby. Someone correct me. I think I've read story structure books by two Johns, and I may be mixing them up. Quick question, in a super detailed piece, what would you do to draw attention to focal points? Difference in contrast, moments of rest? Yeah, those two. Moments of rest is usually the big one, but you can get very tricky with contrast. You know, if you've got a field, this is a lot of detail, right? Triangle after triangle after triangle after triangle, triangle after triangle after triangle after triangle. And this is the energy of the whole piece. If there's a square in the middle, that's going to get a lot of attention. And here, this square is an area of rest, right? But even if it was a square hidden here that didn't really break it up into an area of rest, you do notice that. You notice that small square in the field of triangles. So you can do very tricky stuff with contrast. Hey Stephen, what's a typical research or reference gathering day for you like? It's usually a lot of, I think of it as increasing my vocabulary for a particular topic. Almost anything that would be worth researching has an interior lexicon that you are completely ignorant to. You know, people who work on cars, it has a whole vocabulary. It has all these names for car parts, colloquialisms, technical terms that you would never know. You would otherwise never know. So the beginning of the research process for me, and this is my preference, not everybody does it this way, is I look for the vocabulary and I learn it. I make a document that has it all. And then I use that lexicon to do my Google searches. And for me, that is the first most important step for increasing my Google foo, as I like to think of it. You get much more specific photos, much more accurate photos, a greater variety of photos using the interior lexicon of the topic than you ever would just Googling car parts, for example. You'll get, if you use the top level vocabulary for your searches, you get the lowest common denominator. Everybody's going to see it first page on Google Energy results every time, and that's all you'll get. The specific vocabulary unlocks stuff that you would never find otherwise. And if you have trouble learning that stuff online, you know, if Wikipedia is not offering up and stuff like that, the nuclear option is you buy a book. You buy a book on the topic. That will always have the good vocabulary. Hey, quick question. Are gonna be in the AI court hearing too? Am I? No. I'm not involved with any of the hearings or anything like that. All of the stuff I'm doing in Washington is behind closed doors. Is this some meme? Why is everybody saying Steven looks young? What is it? Cultural conditioning. Cultural conditioning. I think you guys are memeing. I think there's some sort of joke that my old man brain is not keeping up with. That's fine. That's fine. Go on, youngins. Go on. Make fun of old man Steven. He doesn't get it. Poor Steven, he's so old. Go on, you laugh. You laugh. How the heck am I gonna do these legs? And the framing trick is working nicely for me here and here. Those negative shapes are helping to bring attention to the fact that the joint like isn't going anywhere. I think I'm gonna move this vine in front of this bone like this one has. The lighting on your face is blending all those old man wrinkles. I know, that's what I said. If you guys were right up next to me, you'd see. You would see. You're being tricked by the work lights. If you were right next to me, you'd say, who is this creature? With sunken gray eyes, goggling foul-wise on a scariest neck. Keep ye away from me. And I would shamble towards you. Be not afraid. I come to help with art. Steven, Ray Bustos has 2 anatomy courses, 2D and 3D. I plan on doing both, but what would you suggest for the order? The 3D is the sculpting one, right? Doing the écorché. I would recommend for most people starting with the écorché sculpt. It's much easier to draw it. It's much easier to draw the stuff once you have sculpted it in 3D space. And you will also, if you don't already have a reference model, you will then have a reference model that you made yourself. So that'll help with the drawing as well. What's the longest you've ever grown your hair? Oh, years. When I was in high school, I had huge hair. When I was in high school, I wore my hair like this. It came down like this. I went to a Catholic high school, so I had to wear a little uniform. Little polo shirt every day. Slacks. Black shoes. Ladies. Oh yeah, those were the days. It actually, at its longest, it kind of poofed out around the back of my head too. Dead ass, that's what I look like. Dead ass, that's what I look like. Yeah, even now it's kind of high now, and even this to me, I'm like, this is short compared to like the years that I spent with that giant mutant afro thing that I used to like to wear. I've considered growing that out again just to mess around, because the curly hair is coming back. Curly hair is back in style. I'm like, they haven't seen 1/10 of my power. I'd have people scattering on city streets like the Blob, dude. They'd be like, what is that thing? It'd be blocking out the sun, middle of the day. A prophecy fulfilled, my dude. Data Loop says, do you think it's harmful for an art student to take on projects that might be too big for their current skill level? No, not, I wouldn't say it's harmful in any like ultimate sense. Like, what is the harm we're talking about here? I think when you get down to brass tacks, the only harm is it didn't come out great, right? Now, that can be a real problem if you have a deadline or like you need to put a portfolio together to get into a school or something. If you have hard deadlines like that, hard goals like that, yes, that's harmful in the sense that it might make it, you might not get into school with that portfolio or something like that. But if we're talking you're a beginner who's on part of just on the journey and you have time, you have freedom, which is a rare resource in this day and age and in anybody's life that usually only comes up when you're young, you're not going to nail most things no matter what. You're going to botch things early on. You're trying to figure this whole thing out. You've got to get your legs under you. And doing an advanced project too early, as long as you have realistic expectations, like I know this is not going to come out perfect. This is a learning experience, right? Like I'm going to mess this up. There's so much valuable data to be had there. You'll learn about writing, you'll learn about adjusting things, you'll learn about problem solving, you'll learn about working through problems. One of the most important things is you'll just gain comfort being in an uncomfortable place with your art, which is, if you could bottle that and sell it, you could make millions selling it to artists, man. That comfort and ease when you know something's not going great is like, that's the stuff of professionalism right there. That goes a long way. It's just most beginners are completely backwards in their heads. Like they're operating from a place where they seem to assume that the work they do should be great. It's like, that makes no sense. You're a beginner. Why would it be great? You should really take that off the menu and not worry about that. You should just work. You should just make things, make your art, and if you expect it's not going to come out awesome, you're going to be working in line with reality there. And that'll protect you from just getting depressed over something obvious and that is supposed to happen. It's many beginners just find themselves in this really, there's no other way to describe it but like an irrational place where they're depressed that their work doesn't look like the work of their heroes. And that makes them not want to draw or not be creative. They want to just do studies because they're like, it's unacceptable that it doesn't look like whoever's work, my favorite artist's work. And it's like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Of course it doesn't look like their work. They've been doing it for 60 years. And you just like anyone in the world, you like the best stuff in the world. You don't like mediocre or bad stuff. You like the best stuff in the world. Why the hell should your stuff look anything like theirs at the beginning? It's, when you pull back on it, it is utterly irrational to be upset about that or depressed by that or even worry about that. And yet we tend to. You could save yourself a lot of suffering if you get your head straight on stuff like that. Any tips for drawing with markers? Start with your lightest colors, then build up to the dark ones. Besides that, markers are very forgiving. I mean, they're permanent, but like they're easy to use, you know? They put down nice flat tones, they're very consistent. I like markers a lot. They're one of my favorite drawing tools. I use them at life drawing a lot. If you've never brought markers to life drawing, try it out. They're great at life drawing. They're fast, they let you get values, they put down broad areas. They're like there's no cleanup. Most people don't think of them that way, but they're a perfect life drawing tool. When I go to life drawing, I almost always have some markers with me. It can also really enliven a random life drawing to just have a little bit of color on it, even if you're just using it for a tone. Like a yellow or a pink is really nice. You just use that to lay in the shadow values. It suddenly brings it to life. The mushroom coming out of his eye kind of looked like an eye first. That was intentional. I'm glad to hear that. We struck upon that by accident in the first stream where I drew this guy. We liked that. Because the mushroom parts of him are him. The bones are just a scaffold that he's building himself around. So you can see I drew a little arrow here in the sketch too. Make that clear that that's him. That doesn't mean it's literally his eye, it's just like a little visual hint. What is the best way to quickly learn colors of anatomy? I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean by colors of anatomy? What is a good way for beginners to ask for critique, as I found the expectation of critiquers is far beyond my ability to produce and just feels disheartening and out of reach? I would pay a mentor. I think most critiques out of context are bad, basically. I don't know how else to put it. I would seek someone who is offering mentorship seats, who will take time with you. Get to know your life, where you're at in your journey. I think that is the best way to get and give critique. The art process is extremely complicated and very tied up with a person's life and where they are in the journey. It's very hard to give critiques out of context that are actually useful. Almost any critique you would get from like I mean, no one really uses forums anymore, but most critiques you would get from just like a random post on a forum or something it's very unlikely they'll veer in the right direction. If you're like on a Discord where people kind of know you, you know, they've seen you post multiple pieces of art, you've written some stuff about like, here's where I'm going, these are my goals. That's better, you know, but still best to have a mentor, I would say. But how do you know what a quality mentor is if you're not attending a school? Well, there's two aspects to a mentor. Is their work good, right? I would prioritize that. And can they explain their thinking well? So the first filter is look for people who draw excellently, right? And then I would pick someone who has some sort of public-facing videos they make or something like that, whether it's like a Gumroad tutorial video or they have a YouTube or they regularly post videos on their Instagram or something, and just listen to the way they talk. Are they clear? Can they elucidate their thinking in a way that is, For a mentor situation, it doesn't even need to be super captivating. It can be boring, but is it clear? Do they seem like they have clarity on what they do? You want to avoid a mentor who's just like, takes a lot of stuff for granted. It's just like, well, you just do it. You know, how do you make a good drawing? Oh, you just do it, right? They need to be able to say something about what they think would make it good. You know, lively lines, are the shapes interesting? Is there variety? Like just some second order structure to the thinking rather than make that good, make that good, make that good. If they have both of those things, they'd probably make a decent mentor. You know, it's not a perfect science picking a mentor. A lot of people need to experiment. You know, they need to try several. You got to find someone who, they have to find someone who aligns with them. Some people get lucky. Just get a good one on the first try though. Hey Steven, did you change your preferred drawing program or are you just experimenting? I know that Photoshop isn't very optimized for drawing, but I'm curious about your opinion. I'm not committed to anything. You know, I'll always use Photoshop. I'm just too used to it. But I would say that I'm in the process of trying to become more comfortable drawing in Clip. Clip is much more optimized for drawing and it has some features that Photoshop does not have that I want to play with, but I need to get comfortable with it. You know, people who were on the last stream saw me struggling for minutes at a time, live on the internet, to change my shortcuts and make customized Clip to my liking because my Photoshop is hyper customized for me, so I'm very used to that. And if I want to work in another program, I've got to bring it to the same level or else I'll just always return to Photoshop in a huff. Because I'm just so used to, you know, Photoshop, I'm just like ding, 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 like using my shortcuts, doing everything that I want in a split second. Like I'm very, very used to that. And when I can't do that in other programs, it becomes so frustrating that I quit, you know, I go back to Photoshop. The only program that ever broke through for me was Procreate. And I think that's because it was such a different kind of UI experience because it was touch, it's iPad only. I don't have a keyboard when I use the iPad. That was so different that I think it was like my brain stopped expecting that kind of ease. It was totally different. That was the only program that broke through for me. And I think it was because of that. So I'm trying to get Clip there. I'm trying to make Clip breakthrough. Did I lay everything out? Yeah, we can turn the sketch off for a bit. Let me drink some water here. William says, did you start using Clip the day you started the drawings? No, I have an old YouTube video that I did for CSP. They reached out to me and they wanted me to try CSP out kind of like for the first time on a video. It's from, I want to say December, 2 Decembers ago, I want to say. That was the first time I used Clip. If you're interested in Clip, you could go check out that video. I tried out a few tools there that are unique, like the vector drawing tools. I use them for the first time in the video. Joe says, this is looking so fucking cool. Thanks, Joe. Fucking the memeing. Joe also says, yo, you do look younger today. Okay. I know you guys are memeing, but for anyone who doesn't get the meme, I have the work lights on because it's dark in my room. Because, all right, look, I have a window, but it's so hot in New York, I need to put my blackout curtains in front of the window to keep the sun from pouring into the studio, because the studio is oriented such that the sun will pour right into it until around 1 p.m., 2 p.m. So it gets very hot on a very hot day. So I need to blackout curtain it so the sun doesn't add heat. So it gets very dark in here. So I have to turn on the work lights, these big soft boxes that I have that I usually use for drawing, to illuminate it in here so it washes out my old man face. Look, if I get close, you can see, behold, gaze ye. See? See the pox, see the pores, see the lines, see the haggard blue bags under these old eyes. It washes out the face, it smooths things out, makes it seem more light. And then, because you're all fools who react to cultural conditioning, the shave plus the high hair, it's just like in the current cultural milieu, the high hair, the curls, it's associated with youngness. If it were back in the 90s, this silhouette, these curls would be associated with oldness. You'd think I look older. You'd be like, that's an old man's haircut. It's just, you don't even know. You don't even know how your visual system is completely shaping the way that you perceive everything. And if you want to be a real artist, you're gonna have to figure out how to see through that shit, man. Can't take a compliment for shit. It's not that. If it had been one, I would have taken the compliment. It's not a compliment. It's deception. It's illusion. And it's become a meme. They won't shut up. It's all the chat wants to talk about. Lax says, you are but photons to my eyes. Good. Good. Oops. I remember that's X. It's weird that I keep going to the clip shortcut for that, because the shortcut is the same in Photoshop for drawing, for switching foreground and background. So you'd think I would have it right, but the fact that I changed the shortcut in clip is messing me up. Oh, Sam says, oh, am I not the first person to talk about Steven being hot today? Jesus. See? You see, Joe? I told you. It's not about taking a compliment. We're getting washed out here. Everybody is so distracted by my good looks that they're not drawing in their sketchbooks. All right? That's not good. That goes against my whole mission. I know people are thirsting real bad, but it's like, that goes against the philosophy of this channel. I can't let them thirst. Besides, I want people to know me for my art, not for my boyish good looks. All right, I'm sick of being objectified in this way. I'm sick of being given opportunities just because of my boyish good looks. I want to get opportunities because my art is sincerely good. It's just, it's hard, you know? What is this playlist though, for real? This is a mix of, I think, let me check. I think the only two things on here are the Divinity Original Sin 2 soundtrack and the Hades soundtrack. Yeah, that's all that's on here. Divinity Original Sin 2 and Hades. Data Loop says, down with the thirst, up with the creativity. Yes, please. Hey, Steven, do you plan to watch the Barbie movie? I rarely get to see movies in theaters now, so Oppenheimer is definitely my priority. I will definitely catch Barbie on streaming or something like that. It looks good. I would definitely watch it. I just have other priorities for a theater watch. My movie priority list right now is Oppenheimer #1, Spider-Verse 2 #2. Have you seen Sound of Freedom? No. Evolution Wise says, hey Steven, how can I have drawing buddies, positive and motivating friends to draw with online or give each other feedback and critiques? Anybody who is asking that question, in my experience, that means you need to be the person to begin that group. It's quite a very useful, it's a noble and good thing to pursue. But artists are very reclusive and a little bit antisocial as a generalization, not all of them. So you need to kind of be if you've got the drive for that, if you have the interest for that, that means that you need to be the person to try to bring that group together. That means that you have the initial desire for relationship and for communion and for critique and feedback and giving each other energy. You are the person to make that group. So you should take it upon yourself to seek people out online, make a little Discord group for you guys, or you could seek out friends that you have in real life, and build that community yourself. It's a very useful thing, by the way. It's totally worth pursuing. There's very little that can get you as good, as fast as having a group that is trying to improve together and can push each other, have a little bit of healthy rivalry where it's appropriate. That's very, very useful. Bro, that UAP hearing, the House Oversight Committee yesterday, the UFO news is dire indeed, my friends. That was rough. That was a rough one. That was a rough one for someone who is afraid of grays. I listened to the whole thing live, of course. It's long. Like 2.5 hours. I was sitting there doing feedback on my course while listening to it. Just like typing feedback, staring glassy-eyed at the live feed, doing live commentary with Joe as it went. The UFO news is dire indeed. Travis Nick says, YouTube strikes again with no notification. Howdy, folks. Howdy, Travis. Let's add some further details to some of these guys. Let's get a little lost. It's fun to get a little lost. Might not be what's best for the picture, but it might be what's best for me right now. And that's all right. Couple frills, couple layers. Hello, Amber Jade Dudao. Are you going to Washington to advocate to alien rights? No. Thank you, William. Stephen, what's the most emotional piece of art you've ever laid eyes upon? I want to say Perfect Lovers by Felix Gonzalez Torres. That one's always stuck with me. Nathan says, hey, I'm going to the Metropolitan Museum of Art for the first time this Friday. Anything you'd recommend seeing? Oh, man. It's tomorrow, huh? Try to call the drawing room and make an appointment to view Michelangelo's Study for the Libyan Sibyl alone in a room for 15 minutes. James says, I was hoping for some advice. Been trying for a few years and have no finished drawings to show for it, but lots of improving gesture drawings. Should I spend more time doing sketches? No, you need to drink the bad medicine. You've got to finish something. And you'll immediately put up your mind will immediately put up a bunch of resistances. It'll say, all right, I've got to finish something. All right, well, it's got to be for the perfect project. There's got to be a good reason for it. I need to plan it meticulously and all this. No, you've gone too long without finishing something. Few years, no finished drawings to show for it. Yeah, do not believe any of the lies that your brain is going to tell you now. Just finish something. Just commit to something, even if it's not wonderfully planned, and spend 50 plus hours on it. Drink your medicine. If you don't get used to that, finishing things is a skill. Finishing projects is a skill and needs to be practiced. And like any skill, it has momentum, it has muscle memory, all these kinds of things. If you don't do this, you could get arbitrarily good at drawing and you will find that you can't finish anything. This can actually happen. You can be top 100 in the world at drawing and no one will know who you are. You will not be able to make money because you will have completely lost the habit of finishing stuff and you'll have nothing to show for it. It can ruin your life. It can ruin your career. Take it seriously. Go finish something. Go finish something yesterday. I think my issue is when I get close to something being finished, I'm never happy with it because I look at people like you and Wiley Becker, Remmert Montald, just don't stop looking at our art. I mean, close this stream, unfollow us everywhere, block our Instagram pages, do whatever it takes. It is a serious disease to be unable to finish things. Even if you love their work, even if these people greatly inspire you, whatever inspiration you get from them, whatever aesthetic joy you get from seeing their work, whatever techniques you may be able to glean from looking at their art, the benefits of that mean nothing if they harm your ability to finish pieces. The damage that is being done by the inability to finish is much greater than any of the positives that you are mining from the work of other people. It can be so severe that I would advise for some people, literally never look at another person's art. Commit your life to drawing, be an artist in spirit, heart, income, everything, and be the person who, when people say, who are your favorite artists, say, I don't have any. I don't look at other people's work. If just by temperament, knowing about other people's work and seeing how good it is makes you not finish stuff, literally wipe the plate. Get rid of it all. Don't look at other people's work. Get your aesthetic joy from reading, music, whatever it takes. The damage done by being unable to finish is, you wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it. And it sounds impossible. It sounds like there's no way you could be one of the top 100 artists in the world and be unable to finish things. It's like, yeah. You can be, I promise you can be top 100 at sketching. You could sketch better than Murata, right? The One Punch Man guy, or Kim Jong-gi, or just some of the best sketch artists in the world. You could sketch better than them and never finish anything, and have no product, no career, no projects, no one cares about your work. It can happen. It does happen. I know people. I've been there. You've got to prevent it. I had a buddy who didn't look at people's art for that same reason. Yeah, some people just need that. If that's you, bro, unfollow me. Like, I'm doing more damage to you causing that in your heart rather than any of the positives I can bring you. Shut me out of your life forever. Adam Morrill, Sam Lamb says, Adam Morrill did that for a year, and I mean, my gods, he came out of that cave with momentum that has not slowed since. It's real. I did it for a while. Probably back around 2014. I don't quite remember how long now, but I want to say a couple months. I didn't look at other people's stuff. It doesn't have to be forever, but sometimes that's the, it's a prescription, you know? It's a bit of medicine. sometimes you need to sort of rewrite the way you're living your life so that the only person who can give you an aesthetic experience is yourself. It kind of creates a lot of urgency to make work, because yeah, it can sort of, your brain has two sides. There's the side that's an artist and there's the side that's an audience member, and the audience member side can be usefully manipulated. You know, you want to create work, but you also want to see work, most of us. So if you're looking at the best artwork in the world all of the time, you're getting your elevated aesthetic experience from the work of others. Like I said, you can manipulate that. You can stop looking at other people's work so that the audience side of your brain has to turn to the artist side of the brain and be like, show me something because I'm going crazy, you know? Earth says, I remember you mentioning that in Medcast in 2016. You even unfollowed Ahmed. Yeah. Yeah, when I say everybody, I mean everybody. I only looked at the work that I had to look at for my job. I was a staff studio artist at that time, so obviously to do my job, I needed to look at the work of, you know, the people I was working with. You know, people were going to send me files they started. I had to finish them, fix things, work together on things. That was the only stuff I would look at. I wasn't working with Ahmed at that time, that we did briefly work together at that place. So yeah, he was on the chopping block too. Everyone was on the chopping block. Have you only used the textured pen on this? I think so. I'm not really thinking too much about the brush, so maybe I sort of habitually click to something else at random at some point, but I haven't really been changing it. I've probably been using nothing but the textured brush, yeah. I also used it for the undersketch as well. I'm just, you know, I used the same pen for the blue lines as the inking. That way I don't sketch anything that would be impossible to ink with the kinds of things I'm planning on inking with. Arknark said, I think I'm going to have to stop looking at art as well because I'm overwhelmed. Yeah, I mean, it's all the result of, well, I mean, it's the result of a lot of things, but I definitely think, like, our brains were not, our brains did not evolve to see the amount of images that we see, you know? The nature of our artistic consumption is, it's a cultural thing, not like a brain thing, an evolutionary thing. So I think it is probably actually like physiologically possible to just get numbed to the quality of pictures and the refinement of images and things like this. And, you know, in the Renaissance, when there was, you know, probably less than 100,000 pieces of art in existence, or, you know, drawings or paintings in existence, and it was very rare to encounter one, they could really become divine experiences because, you know, you might only ever see a piece of art in a church that you made a pilgrimage to in your lifetime. They could really become of elevated importance. I think that going on an art diet you can never quite get back to that in our culture, but you can kind of creep back towards that special relationship with artistry. Data Loop says, what about the opposite problem? I only finish work and I get probably 3 to 5 pieces done a year. I talk about this with some regularity with students. That is also a problem, but by my estimation, that is by far the better problem to have. That is a much healthier problem. Because even if you only do 5 pieces a year, in 3 years you have 15 done, and that's a portfolio. Whereas people who have the opposite problem, only sketching stuff, they can easily go 3 years and have nothing, not even one finished piece. That is a much worse problem. You can build a career off of a few finished pieces. You cannot build a career off of zero, off of nothing done. You can't build a career off of that. So it's still a problem. It's not like there aren't drawbacks to that, but it's, by my estimations, definitely the better problem to have, for sure. Helion says, quote of the day from this stream. I don't know. That's not up to me to decide. Daryl says, I love how crisp your line work gets in CSP. Really making me want to try it out. Is it subscription based? I forget now. I pay a subscription, but I feel like there is a one-time only version. Or it's more complicated than that. I think I paid a one-time fee for the desktop version, and the iPad version is a subscription, and I do pay for that because I have it on both. I have it on my iPad and I have it on my desktop. I heard they removed the one-time only thing, but I haven't had to go get a subscription, so maybe they canceled doing that. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I haven't really kept up with their payment model. That is definitely in one of the, in terms of my like recurring charges, that's definitely in the category of like, just pay it, don't think about it. Hey Steven, sorry for asking this twice. Is it feasible to go back and finish some of my old sketch drawings or just start fresh from imagination? Of course it's feasible. Maybe you mean something I don't understand? Yeah, go back and finish a drawing whenever. There's no art police, my friend. You can do whatever you want. People work in all sorts of ways. Steven, are you more of a Bernini type of a guy or a Michelangelo Simoni type of a guy? I don't think I know Michelangelo Simoni. Oh, go figure. I didn't know that Buonarroti was not his actual final part of his name. I like both. I think if I had to choose, I would take Michelangelo. Buonarroti. Bernini's first name was Michelangelo too, right? I think so. No, Bernini's first name is Gian Lorenzo. Honestly, by time spent like fawning over a sculptor, I'm probably a Carpeaux fan more than anything. I've probably spent more hours ogling Ugolino and his sons by Carpeaux than any other sculptor. I like Michelangelo's sculptures, but I have to say I'm more a fan of his drawings than of his sculptures, which is ironic because, I mean, Michelangelo didn't really care for his drawings or for his paintings. He considered himself a sculptor first and foremost. The irony, you know, it's up to the audience, not up to you. Don't get me wrong, his sculptures are incredible, you know. The Pietà is like an absurdity. But it'd be hard to put it into words. They don't have the pizzazz of his drawings for me. His drawings are really something magical for me. But I think they were magical because of the understanding that he had from sculpting. Who knows? I think that's Caravaggio. Yeah, that was the other Michelangelo I was thinking of. Bernini's work is top-notch. I went to the, you go to the Borghese Gallery. I was there when I was in Italy, and you know, there's like 8 Berninis there, including his most famous ones. It's surprising how they feel so monumental, but they're really not that big. You know, they're like strictly life size, which when you see it in a sculpture, even though it's the size an actual person might actually be, it looks smaller. Just because, you know, the distance and the fact that it's abstracted into art tends to do that. Usually to make something feel like it's the size of a real person in a sculpture, you have to make it slightly bigger than an actual person. Same thing happens in drawing. If you draw the actual proportions of most people, which is most people are not 8 heads high, they're like 7 to 7.5 heads high, it looks a little squished. And if you push it to 8 or 8.5, that actually tends people to be like, that looks like a real person, that looks like a normal person. But it's amazing that these sculptures that are so dynamic and leave such an impression and feel so epic, especially in photography, but they do still feel epic in person. They're actually not that big, you know? It's very interesting. Don't miss the Borghese Gallery if you go to Italy. It's the most bang for your buck for seeing Bernini's. Saya Knight says, Steven, I need advice on my biggest issue. How do I use references? I love stylized work, but I tend to make poor design choices inventing stuff or going off from my current refs. How do I use references? But you're using them for stylized work. Are they references of real world things, or are they references of other stylized work? Steven, can you say that the skeleton dude is a fun guy to be around with? No. No, I would not say that. A mixture of both. Example, I'm trying to go for Overwatch style characters. If your references are failing to help you get the style of Overwatch, okay, there's a few problems here. One, Overwatch as a style is in the category of styles that you would have a very hard time replicating because it's a hyper refined product. Like, that style has millions of dollars invested into it, into understanding it, into designing it. You've never seen it, but at Blizzard, they have, I'm not saying I have seen it, it's just this is how styles like this actually work in the real world. They have a Bible, a design book, probably hundreds of pages long, where they lay out in explicit detail, this is what makes it the Overwatch style. If you're going to do a box, it looks like this. If you're going to do a cylinder, it looks like this. If you're going to put details over a flat rectangular structure, you handle it like this. This is how you do lighting. This is how you do speculars. This is how you incise things. This is how you emboss things. This is what a face should look like. This is what eyes should look like. Everything. Everything is in that Bible. It's very unlikely that you will reverse engineer that style from just looking at the surface effect. That is probably why you are failing to achieve that. And I would, if I were you, I would stop banging your head against that wall. Like, if there was a direct path to hitting something like the Overwatch style, everyone would do it, or it'd be easy to do it. And you can look at all the art out there online, almost no one can nail it, right? I would try to understand style from the ground floor. Like, the way people make a style uniform and make it repeatable is not about repeating surface effect. They do what is going on in that Bible. They understand it from the inside out and arrive at the surface effect. Pick a less over-engineered style and try to, instead of going for the surface effect, try to build from the inside out the way that they did, and see if that doesn't get you closer. Stylization is a very complicated topic, so I wish I could say something clearer or shorter or pithier, but it's hard. It's hard. And like I said, most styles, most recognizable, famous styles have that. If you want to understand this better, Google the Simpsons Style Guide Bible. PDFs of it are floating around online. Yeah, usually they're not out there. There's some examples you could check out like that. That would be very educational for anyone trying to investigate stylization. They're mostly house secrets. You know, they're not secrets, but like, you're not going to publish them online because it's, you know, how the company maintains its position in the market, but they are real. For example, you may not know that the first time you get hired by Magic the Gathering, for example, the first thing they do is they send you a hundreds of pages long spiral bound book that is the design Bible for everything in the area of the world that you're going to work on. And it tells you everything. The kinds of colors you should use, the kinds of values, the materiality of particular things. It gives you design sketches and roadmaps for buildings, the way things are put together, everything, absolutely everything. all famous styles are at this point sort of cemented at that level. If it's a company, right? If you had said like, I'm trying to nail the style of an individual, that'd be different. They probably don't have a style Bible, but the equivalent of a style Bible for a really sophisticated style is sort of happening in their head, you know? Making some zoomed out design decisions. Gonna open this area up a bit more. I like the barky texture I got here with a few simple hatches. I'm trying to get that on some of the other pieces of wood. I find sometimes my anxiety builds when trying to be very specific, and there's like an ebb and flow between being relaxed and then overly attentive and purposeful when drawing. I think that's natural for the most part. It's all right, just keep going. Sometimes you're gonna feel good, sometimes you're gonna feel bad. It's no big deal. You know, when you're drawing on a screen tablet, you're just staring at a light bulb for hours at a time. Oh. Hey Stephen, I have a question. Do you know any good resources on skin folds and its mechanic logic causes? Most books just briefly touch on this, but I want to dive a little deeper. Sorry for reposting. I do not. On the specifics of skin folds, I don't know any, at least I don't remember any sections in books or anything that are like really deep on that. Because they're very variable from person to person, you know? You know, some people have the same folds in the same places, other people don't, even if they have similar body types. Once body type changes, the folds go all over the place. They're very variable, but someone in the chat might know something. Thanks, Hubs. Steven, my cat is licking your face on the stream. Is this good for my training as an artist? Yes. Yes, it is. Every time your cat lick on my face, you get 1 art point. Steve, does your pinky and ring finger hurt when you draw for long? No, when I get pain, it's usually in my wrist, not in my fingers. Drawing can be a very, it's a very high dexterity function to be doing for such a long time. I mean, it's not, each individual motion isn't a very high dexterity function, but for things that you do over and over again for a very long time, I think it's definitely more dexterous than most. The dexterity requirements are higher than most. But I don't know. I'm not an ergonomics expert. It's like doing your signature is more complicated than any line you would need to do in any drawing, but you don't do your signature for 4 hours at a clip, you know? Do you prefer smooth sketchbooks like Illo, or do you like more textured paper? Smooth for me, but it's personal preference. You can get tight renderings on either kind. Some people can't stand smooth. I can't stand anything that has heavy grain. Do you think people who make good signatures have natural artistic talent? I don't think so. I know plenty of great artists with awful signatures. I think a good signature is just if you've ever taken a moment to design it, you know? Most people never sit and like design their signature, but an artistically inclined person will either like kind of naturally do it, or they'll just actually one day it'll strike them that they can, and they'll sit there and design it. Boris says, hey Stephen, I have a question. I plan on making a portfolio for character design concept art. How much refined rendered my work should be, and how much does it matter? I would say think less rendered and think more clear. What do I mean by that? If the way you render, like if you're going for a photographic look, like if you're trying to, if in your mind you're like, all right, I got to make it look three-dimensional, I got to make it look realistic, all this, and the way you do that, or at the level that you're at, that looks sloppy, like there's blurry edges, it's not quite clear, you're photo bashing a bunch of crap together. It's, rather than doing that, it's probably better to not render anything and do clean lines and flat colors, and cut off the rendering step. It's like, for a character designer, clarity is much more important than rendering. So if for you, the level that you're at, the way that you think, rendering adds clarity, then it's a good idea to render the works. But if you don't know how to render well, if you don't know how to add clarity as you render, if your rendering just softens things and makes things more confusing, don't do it. I guess it's a good reminder for all of us to design our signatures. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna be using it a lot, give it a little think. If you're gonna be signing a bunch of stuff that is gonna be like your work, you know, you want it to be something cool. The real question is, should it be cool or should it be clear, you know? I'm gonna mask this so I can lay some colors in, just because I haven't colored at all in Clip, and I should probably start looking at what I need to change there. Change shortcuts, change tools. Let's mask this off real quick. Speaking of signatures, thoughts on signing drawings? Sign them. Stephen, did you look to become faster at drawing, or speed was something that came naturally with time? Naturally with time. I'm not very fast with stuff like this. Like when I'm doing stuff for me, which is everything that I do on stream, I'm purposefully trying to not rush, to go as slow as feels comfortable, because I actually have a strong habit for rushing from work. When I need to be fast, I'm quite fast. I'm faster than most artists, just in my professional experience. But that's not a good thing on its own, you know. It's like I can get to a cohesive product that could ship pretty quickly, but it's not my best work, you know. And that's not what you want when you're doing your own stuff. The number one priority when doing your own stuff should be, is this as good as you can do it? Not speed, you know? Another thing that most people don't understand makes you faster is finishing. Finishing drawings makes you much faster. There is a natural magic that occurs when you spend 100 hours on a drawing, for example, that almost everybody experiences this. You do a couple really long drawings. When you go back to sketching, you're much quicker. The brain has sort of, it delivers the promise of what you think is supposed to be happening sketching. Don't forget, like, the idea of a sketch is that you are effectively shorthanding stuff that could be usefully finished. If you've never finished anything, you actually have no idea what you're shorthanding. When you finish stuff regularly, your mind naturally incorporates everything and it beautifies the shorthands, because it's actually sketching. It's not sketching for its own sake anymore and trying to make beautiful squiggles. It is actually leaving effective, simplified landmarks that are the seeds for a beautiful finish. So you get much faster, your sketches look more beautiful the more you finish stuff. should I spend rendering time on traditional mediums, or can I go straight to digital? You can go straight to digital. If digital is your end goal, you don't have to spend time doing traditional at all if you don't want. It's useful for a lot of people, I think, because they sort of balance each other out, but it's not at all necessary. Lots of great digital artists are digital only, you know? They started there, they never left. Stephen, how do you know when stuff is finished? It's kind of it's a broad thing to say, but when the statement of the picture is made, you know? It's quite a complicated question. The statement is usually encapsulated in what is emphasized in the picture. What is the focal point? The focal point also usually encompasses a storytelling, a narrative thing that needs to be communicated, right? Someone is scared of someone. These two people are in love, something like that, like a sentence about what is emotionally communicated here. If the emphasis is appropriately emphasized, other parts of the picture are de-emphasized to support the emphasis, but are still within tolerances for the picture to be whatever amount of rendered it needs to be, whatever amount of finished it needs to be, it's done. You know, as soon as you've hit that, as soon as you've communicated that required story moment, emphasized what needs to be emphasized, it's finished. Again, it's quite a broad thing to try to explain. I'll tell you what, it's not when everything is rendered. That tends to de-finish pictures, actually. If you push everything to an equal level, the whole picture balances out, and the lack of a point of emphasis tends to be interpreted by the viewer as it's not done. Aisha W gives $10. Thank you so much. Just got off shift. You're coloring. What planet am I on? I'm just masking. I'm just masking. Thank you so much for the $10, Aisha. You're very generous as always. Thank you so much. Don't worry. I will turn it into delicious coffee. You will not be disappointed by how caffeinated I am off of your $10. Who knows? $10? Shit. I might even throw a brownie in there. Might get coffee and a brownie. A little treat. A little pastry. You never know. You never know. I'll slip the barista the 10. Tell him, you know, I got this money from Aisha W. The barista will be like, am I supposed to know who that is? I'll be like, you don't watch my stream? They'll be like, well, yeah, of course I do. I mean, it's required cultural viewing, but I guess I must have missed the part where Aisha W donated to you. And I'd be like, all right, I guess that makes sense. I mean, the streams are kind of long, and the barista will be like, yeah, you did like that 4-hour one the other day. That was really involved. I can't believe you can draw for that long. And I'm like, I know, everybody says that. But you know, after years of experience, you know, a lot of practice, you get used to it. It really doesn't feel like that long. Bristol will be like, yeah, I hope I can get there sometime soon. I have trouble drawing for really more than a half hour. And I'll be like, yeah, well, you know, you got to be mindful. You know, you just got to settle in, get comfortable with being uncomfortable in those situations. Once you sort of detach from expectations from the work, it's much easier to just sort of let things flow and take it in a relaxed pace. And the barista will be like, damn, that actually makes a lot of sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. Thanks, man. Hey, would you look at my portfolio? And I'll be like, I actually don't have time to give critiques for anybody but my paying students. So if you could just give me my coffee, that'd be great. Barista would be like, dude, totally get it. You're a famous world-class artist, president and leading board member of the International Committee of Master Draftsmen. You're a busy guy. I totally get it. Here's your coffee. Aisha seems really cool. I'll be like, cool. Thanks, man. Catch you later. Joe says, Steve, is this a clown flat? Yeah. The old term of art in the industries was the clown pass. Well, it's not old. People still use it. People still say that. Even in 3D programs now, usually if you do a material ID pass in your renderer, they don't call it a clown pass, but you get a clown pass. It's just random saturated colors that separate the mask for all of the different materials in the render. The red just makes it very obvious if you're going up to the edges where you went over. And if I were to subdivide it more, and I would take like a blue or something and use that to cut out the vines, well, I'd lock the transparency. I'd do that. Again, just very, very high contrast so you can see if you're actually getting it clean. Because if you use colors that are like the colors you'd actually use, they tend to be closer together. And it won't be as obvious like in a spot like that you bled one into the other. Sam Sabatello with $20 donation. Thank you so much, Tom. That's very much appreciated. This for asking fun questions and adding to the entertainment of the chat. Buy some pizza in the city, maybe go into Little Italy. I'll go to Italy in New York City. With $20, I'll come in there flagrant into Italy, which is like $4 signs if you look on Yelp. I'll just wave that $20 around and some, I don't know, Italian waiters will walk right up to me and be like, sir, is that $20 from Tom Sabatello? And I'd be like, yes, it is. I'd be like, sir, right this way, sir. I'm not going to do the Italian accent. Highly cancelable. That'd be kind of racist. So I'm just going to say he's an Italian, but just kind of do like an obsequious servant kind of a coding in my voice. Sir, right this way, sir. Would you like pancetta or maybe some spaghetti? And I'd be like, with $20, I suppose I could have whatever I want, right? And they'd be like, well, of course. And if it's $20 from Tom Sabatello, you could really have whatever you want. And I'd be like, it is. I think I'll have a little bit of everything on the menu. Sir, are you a master draftsman, sir? And I'd be like, yeah, please don't go down this road with me. Maybe you could check out my portfolio sometime, sir. And I'd be like, I actually don't have time to give critiques to anybody but my paying students. So if we could just get on with the 3-course Italian dinner that I want to order, I'd very much appreciate that. Of course, sir. Of course. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend. It's just that I've been trying to be a professional artist for 3 or 4 years now, and I feel like I've hit a plateau. And I'd be like, well, you know, when you hit a plateau, it's really probably time to push. Maybe you should try to build a little bit of a community. You can try to push each other, maybe develop some useful rivalries. It's like, right, but what kind of project should I put in my portfolio? Is a beginner project appropriate for somebody on my level, or should I be doing a more advanced project? I'd be like, okay, well, we have to define our terms when we're talking beginner project, advanced project. If you're doing a beginner project, that's taking something that already has its narrative and story pre-made. An advanced project is something where you're writing the narrative and story on its own. And if you're intermediate or beginner, I would highly advise doing a beginner project. You can always file the serial numbers off afterwards so that you can sort of brand it as your own thing, even if you actually use something as a very strong benchmark or as an inspiration for it. Ah, yes, thank you, sir. Here's your spaghetti, sir. Thank you. It'd be nice if you went away now. I'd just like to eat instead of talk about art. It's getting to be a bit much. You know, I think if these were vector lines, I think Clip actually has another thing. Actually, I might be able to do it. The fill tools in Clip are much better at filling up to the lines on stuff. I gotta watch a video about that again, because I forgot completely how that works. I think it's best with the vector tools, if I remember correctly, though. If you did vector lines for your inking, which still look just like this. That's the crazy thing about Clip. You could get a vector ink pass that does have like the grittiness of a raster pass. The fill tools will fill to the lines much better than something like Photoshop would. So I wouldn't need to be doing this mask by hand as much. They're never perfect. You always got to go in and correct things, but. All these unctuous baristas and waiters trying to get me to critique their work when I'm just trying to eat. When I'm just trying to spend my donation money on pasta and coffee. If you use the pencil tool in Photoshop, it does the same thing. The pencil tool sucks. But no, the pencil tool doesn't do the same thing because it gives you sharp edges, but they're not vector. The thing with the vector lines in Clip is that they'll look just like this, but then I can export the file at an arbitrary size. So I could be working on a 2,000 pixel tall document, do it with vector lines that look like this while I'm drawing them, but then when I'm done, I could export 15,000 pixels tall and it'll be crisp. It won't be pixelated. It's like they're true vectors. They don't look like vectors in your document, but you can export however big you want. It's pretty wild. The pencil tool will not do that in Photoshop. It's still giving you rasters, just sharp rasters. Have you ever tried grease pencil? Have you ever tried grease pencil in Blender? No. What are some useful ways of using the dissolve layer mode? I don't know about useful. It's kind of cool on its own though. It's fun to like paint on dissolve. It's hard to ship because it looks weird on almost every screen and its character changes when you scale the picture, but just on a lark, you can get some cool effects painting with it. It has a strong like halftone effect. For practical reasons, I don't know many though. Steven, you make me want to do traditional work. Sadly, at work, I have to do work digitally, and I never seem to find time for my own free creative work. Any word of hope and consolation? I mean, it's kind of a lockup. I mean, hunt for time at work to sneak in some traditional sketches maybe, and then finish digital. But if you really want to work traditional, there's nothing for it. In that situation, you know, at work, you know, the job makes the rules. You know, if they don't want traditional in the pipeline, they don't want it. So if you really want to work traditional, get to bed early, wake up early, make the time, you know? Hey, Steven, what was your first job and how did you get it? First gig was doing costume designs for a Russian MMORPG called All Odds. I want to say that was the name of the game. I never played it, and it was only in Russia. Well, actually, it might have been international. I don't remember. And I got that by doing a public art test that was on a website that isn't around anymore called CG Hub. It was like ArtStation before ArtStation. Yeah, they had just listed a public art test. I was, you know, new. I was like 20 probably at the time, 20, 21. So I just did the art test. You know, I took the 3D model they provided. I drew a couple costume variations over it. I forget if the prompt included I think it had a prompt for what the costume should be. Did the front and back, submitted it. They got back to me, and that was my first gig. I was brand new, so it was hard and it didn't go great, but I did it for a bit. Learned some important stuff. And my first job was theme parks. I got that because a friend of mine was already working there and they needed more help on something, and he recommended me. It was Ahmed. It was Ahmed Al-Duri, if you happen to know Ahmed. So connections, networking, always important. So I went in and did a longer gig for them. That started off as, you know, gig, just come in on contract to finish that task. That was probably for 3 or 4 weeks. And then they liked me and they liked some work I did on some other little stuff they had thrown at me while I waited for feedback and stuff. And they offered me to come on staff. And I did. And I worked there for over 3 years. And they were, then when I went full freelance, they were a constant client of mine for years after that. But I worked for them as like a job on staff for 3 years, a little over 3 years. It was probably like 3.5 years. But yeah, I did a lot of gig work for them after that, once I had left. Thank you, iSmau Art. You're very kind. Aldrin says, hey, Steven, are there any moments in the sketching process that one can say, this is enough, it's too much sketch? You can definitely cross into a point where for the rest of your process, you know, adding it to the sketch is irrelevant. Like you're gonna wind up erasing it or undoing it or making it disappear. But there's nothing generalizable to say about that. It depends on the interaction in your process between the way you sketch and the way you finish. So it just comes with experience. With experience, you'll figure out what's too much, what's too little. It's not the same from one artist to the other. I know, like, for example, for me, I know that if I'm trying to design my hatchwork in the sketch, that's irrelevant. Like, I don't need to be doing that because I will never trace that hatchwork in the final. So basically all hatchwork I should leave for a subsequent step, not in the sketch. But other people will trace their hatchwork. So for them, the opposite would be true. It would be useful for them to design the hatchwork in the sketch because that'll make it look more refined in the finish. But I won't do that. I have no interest in doing that. It'll make me bored and make me not draw. So I don't do it. And so if I'm doing a sketch, you know, I got some thing here. If I'm doing a sketch and in the sketch that I know I'm going to ink or paint, I start doing this. Really careful, even hatches, and God help me, I start doing some cross hatching that's going to give me form. I know this is too much. I'm not going to, I would never then lower the opacity on this and go in and go, Some people work like that and it gets really clean results, but I won't draw if this is how I'm gonna do it. For me to hatch, I just want that first pass that I did underneath. That's how I wanna do it. I just wanna do it fresh with freedom on the actual final. So yeah, it's irrelevant in the sketch. It doesn't need to be there. I can't imagine working like that. Yeah, some people do. If that aligns with your temperament, it can get you crazy beautiful hatching because you have it so refined, but it's not for everybody. You know, your temperament has to align with that. That is, for example, not engraving is a different medium, but that is essentially what an engraver has to do. And we all love, you know, some of the best engravings of Doré's team, right? So it does get excellent results, but you've got to, like, you've got to base your whole process around that, you know? Or not engravings, etchings, if we're being technical here. Everything's a trade-off. You know, there's levels of refinement to hatching that are closed to me because I refuse to work that way. But you know, everything's a trade-off, and you got to decide what you're willing to do and what you're not willing to do. Steven, you're almost at 100K subscribers. Anything special planned? Nope. I will give you a big geese. I send you a big geese for the 100K. Big keys. Big keys. That's it. You like that? Feel celebrated? That's how I talk to my dog. She gave me a big keys. All right, let's do, so now that's masked, so we can lock the transparency on that. Oh, let's figure out how to do a clipping mask, because I don't know how to do that here. Now, whoops, what the fuck did I do? All right, now I'm sure I can right click and clip to below somewhere. Clip to layer below, but there is no... See, in Photoshop, okay, let me ask the Clip Studio pros in here. Do you know the can anyone tell me the shortcut for clipping a layer to the one below it? In Photoshop, you hold Alt and you click between the layers, and it does it. Senior Bob says, hi Steven, the amount of time I've spent away from talking to people because of work is brutal. I fear I'll become the Starbucks drawing guy. Help. Dude, don't become that guy. I can't stand that guy, obviously. Don't become that guy. Talk to people, talk to people. Leftmost icon, 2 rectangles. It's an icon above the layers, top row on the left. Clip to layer below, got it, got it. Thank you. What are these? Clip to layer below, set as reference layer. I vaguely know about reference layers. I think that has to do with the color fill stuff I was talking about before. Set as draft layer, I don't know what that means. Lock layer, lock transparent pixels. I already have that on a shortcut. I use, same as Photoshop, I have lock transparency set to S as my shortcut, because if you don't have that, try it out. First off, if you don't ever lock transparency when you're painting, you've got to incorporate that into your digital workflow. It's essential, and anyone who does it a lot does it, but put it on a shortcut. You'll find that having it a keystroke away will make you much more inclined to get clean edges instead of having to do the little extra step of going over to the menu and clicking it. Enable mask, set showing area of ruler. Okay, interesting. I have to use the restroom. I will be right back.
Come in. Oh.
Hello, Joseph, is it?
Hi, Dr. Zapata. Yes, Joseph. Joe. How are you?
I'm well. What seems to be the problem, Joe?
Well, I'm having difficulty drawing from imagination.
Oh. Joseph, just so you know, that's totally normal. Why don't you tell me a little more about your problem? Is it that you can only draw from imagination if you're completely alone?
Doc, I can't ever draw from imagination.
What about if you're completely relaxed?
When I'm totally relaxed, I can't imagine a thing.
I see. Joseph, it's important to know that even with severe cases like this, there's always hope. I can prescribe an experimental therapy called Form from Imagination.
Form from imagination?
Mm-hmm. It's early days, but clinical trials are extremely promising. Why don't you try this for 6 months and then check back in with me?
Okay, I'll do whatever it takes. Did you just draw this?
Oh yeah.
Wow, it's amazing. Hey, Doc, do you ever have trouble drawing from imagination?
Oh no.
You wouldn't. I mean, you drew this.
That's right.
Wow.
Form from Imagination is an experimental therapy and is not yet approved for use by the FDA. Do not use Form from Imagination if you are already taking any prescriptions for drawing from reference, working side size, or tracing photos you didn't even take. Stop taking Form from Imagination if you experience any of these side effects: loss of interest in your personal projects, megalomaniacal self-confidence, hallucinations, unless they're the kind you're hoping for, drawing better than Steven Zapata, or feelings that purchasing the course was enough and you don't really need to do the exercises. Call your doctor if you have stiff gestures, flat forms, or boring ideas to address a possible life-threatening condition. Full sketchbooks have been reported with Form from Imagination and medicines like it. Other risks include long-term art careers, too many clients, and being worth more than you're charging for. Call your doctor today and ask about Form from Imagination. Joe says, so jarring to see myself. Ha 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 ha. I gotta eat some trail mix. I'm real hungry. It's past lunchtime. But drawing is a cruel mistress. Good night, William. Data Loop says, what if I can't stop drawing from imagination for more than 4 days? That's funny. If I'd come up with that, I would have put it in the ad. Hold on, I gotta make sure I didn't drop any raisins to kill my dog. Just wanted to thank you, Stephen, for your importance of joy and can you work harder videos. You literally saved my mental health and probably career with them. I was in a pretty bad place before that. Honored to help, truly. Yeah, the can you actually work harder at art video? That's the high secrets right there. That's some color of pill. Stephen, would you say your essential exercises for beginner and intermediate artists is up to date, or did you find new, better exercises? No, I think they're still good. They're like, the point of that video was to give 5 exercises that were not base fundamentals, right? Not cube, sphere, things like that. Next level, something that's more like a sketchbook quality exercise, something that can be fun. At that tier, give 5 exercises that have worked for me, have worked for a lot of people, and that I personally had experience with. So it's not like there isn't more, it's just that those are ones that I've tried, tested, and that were very useful to me. I have set up my gradient tool to work the way that I like in Photoshop. Let me just make this gray for now. Let me pull out the vines. There's a lot of different things to pull out here, but I want to pull out the vines mainly and the bones because they are similar shapes, which is probably a drawing problem. If I was going to go crazier on this, I would probably vary their forms more, but color can save me here. The bones and the vines are similar shapes, similar width, in similar areas, in the same areas, so I want to separate them with color. reminds me of a redesign of the Stalfos from Zelda that I did years ago. Do I have it somewhere? Does the course have Spanish subtitles? We're working on it. They're not done yet. We are working on it though. Would I have it in my finished work anywhere? Wish I actually had all my work, all my finished stuff, like, in a place. Oh, there it is. Well, it's low res. This is years old now. But they're not dissimilar. It's a marker drawing. Does the course talk about shadow colors? No, it's not a color course. Well, technically it does, but only for a few minutes in one of the final videos. It's focused specifically on form, mostly in terms of black and white. Once you get that, it's quite easy to then transition into like, all right, how do you add color to this equation? But it's not a focus of the course. MT Art says, who's this 20-year-old Steve's on camera? You're all being fooled by me shaving my beard. Shaves 10 years right off. How long ago was that drawing? Did I did not put a date on it. I want to say this was... Could be quite old. Yeah, the music is too intense for me right now. That's a repost. I'm scrolling through my Instagram, all back, way back in time. Come with me on a journey. This is it, but this is a repost. Yeah, that's a repost. Back when I did more markers. Back in time. Way back now, way back. Farther still, farther still. Even more, even farther back. Whoa, I think it would be somewhere. We're getting close. I think this is it. 2016. That was about my guess. 2015 or 2016. Progress shot. Far, way back in time. Do you need a lot of markers to make a drawing like that? No, I think that one was only using like probably less than 5. Stephen, do you think there's a difference between display and graphics tablets, or is it just getting used to? I don't like the display tablets. I only started using one recently. I was always comfortable drawing on a regular graphics tablet, so long answer short, yeah, you can just get used to a graphics tablet and draw fine. I got the display tablet because I went through a time there where I needed to do way more handwritten notes on a bunch of stuff, and that's one thing I never got used to with a graphics tablet. Handwriting on a graphics tablet was always very difficult. But drawing, you eventually kind of get used to it, and you can always transform things to make up for any weirdness from being on a graphics tablet. I also much prefer being on a screenless tablet for painting. It's much more comfortable to paint for long hours on a screenless graphics tablet than on a screened one. I Smell Art says, Stephen, do you plan on offering the course for years to come, or will there be a time when it's no longer available? Yeah, I just plan on continuing to offer it. I don't know. I don't know what would make me take it down. Maybe I'm not thinking of something. I never took down any of like my Gumroad videos or anything like that. If you mean the feedback, I plan on offering the feedback as long as I have time to do feedback. If I ran out of time, or if there was just something else that was demanding my attention, I would close the feedback options. I would still give feedback to people who already had the course, you know? They already paid for it, so they're gonna get it. But that's all I would do. And then once I had time again, I'd reopen the feedback. It's like, it's the main stuff that people want to learn from me, what's in the course. So if I'm going to be providing teaching at all, it'll sort of always be relevant, because that's the main stuff people want to learn from me. I've heard you mention that a screenless tablet is nicer for painting. Why is that? Because you can just sit up straight, arms at 90-degree angles. It's much more ergonomic. It's much more relaxed to be just straight up like this, not be hunched for hours of painting. And you don't really need that kind of fine control for moving shapes of color around. When you're on a screen tablet, you have to like, you kind of shrimp up, you know? And that hurts after a couple hours. If you're the kind of person who can draw like this, if you're used to easel painting and stuff like that, then you can put the screen tablet either up or put it on a robot arm and have it vertical, but I never got used to that, so I can't work like that. But it's not a problem if you are used to working like this. If you've spent a lot of time on an easel. Steve, I finally finished my ink drawing of my version of Thor from God of War. Congratulations! You did it! Yeah! We're very happy for you, Jono. think I'll leave the green out of the top section. All right, let's separate the bones. These are bones. I do like how Photoshop indents these more when you clip them. Also, can I color layers in clip? Whoa! Nope, that actually literally changes the color of the layer. That is not, I was just trying to label them. Easy now. Fish Flops gives 10 SGD. Found any good coffee places recently? Yeah, I'm vetting a couple, Fish. Thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate it. I will use your funds to continue my experiments. I found one place that is blessedly cheap, like a cheaper cup of coffee than you can get out in most places in New York City. And I'm sort of that's in competition with another place that is a little more expensive, but the coffee's better. So I'm vetting a few places. Any links for decent gloves? Nope. I'm just using the one that came with my tablet. When I had my first Cintiq years and years ago, oh, my only Cintiq, this isn't a Cintiq, but when I got, before they would ship them with a drawing glove, I had one, and I made one by just going to a, it was even before I'd ever even seen someone wear one of these. I just was frustrated by it, so I went to a sporting store and I bought I think it was a bicycling glove, and I cut it myself. Did fine, used it for a long time. Nowadays, do you just draw for fun, or do you keep a goal in mind along with fundamentals? Do you pay close attention to proportion? Drawing for fun is always a North Star for me. It's like, if you're not having fun, you're gonna quit. Drawing is really hard. Or it's easy for it to feel hard if you're not controlling your mindset carefully. So I always prioritize making it fun, making sure I'm having fun, not doing shit that I hate in drawing. But I am almost always working with something in mind. I'm always looking for what I can do next with my art. I'm always thinking of what stone that I've left unturned I can flip and try to find a little art secret in there. I'm always, you know, throwing around projects in my head, working towards projects, things like that. Like this is not random, you know. I do, you know, if you watch the streams, I do a bunch of random stuff. I do spend a lot of time doing random stuff, but that wouldn't feel good on its own. Like if that was all I did, that wouldn't feel good, that wouldn't be good. It's balanced by doing project work, trying to think bigger. I mean, what I'm working on right now is, you know, within a project, a personal project that has like, you know, I mean, not that much work, but a considerable amount of writing and thinking invested in it. All right, we've masked enough that we might as well mask the everything. So let me mask the wood. And these are all arbitrary colors for now. I don't know if the wood's gonna be gray, brown. I tend to like, for tree bark on a character kind of a thing, I feel like usually gray works better because it takes up a lot of the surface area, and like the dark brown gets very heavy. And most trees don't actually have like strongly brown red bark. I mean, that's how we think of it. That's how we draw with crayons, but most trees have gray bark. But orange will do for now, just for masking. And again, that's not bright enough. That's not letting me see if I'm actually working up to the right edges. So I'm gonna make that much more saturated. You can use all these colors just to separate everything out, and then when you actually render or paint, just turn them all into local gray values and just render in black and white. Do you recommend any YouTube videos to learn to render digitally? None come to mind. I feel like Marco Bucci has some good introductory level stuff for that. It's just like the idea of like this is how you render digitally, this is how you render traditionally. Those are all, it's an introduction, but rendering, it doesn't matter what tool you're using. Rendering is never a series of steps in that tool. Rendering is, do you understand light and how it produces form? And that's a much bigger topic. Missed a vine here. And we got here. Nick Raviola says, every time I want to ask a question, the answer comes to me as I type it. I'll just sit here and watch then. At last, the pencil has drawn right through you. I'm going to... I'm not going to separate all the... Oops, missed a bone. I'm not going to separate all the individual types of mushrooms right now. I'm just going to do one color for all the fungus-based stuff. Another layer for the shrooms. Let's just do those in blue for now. Brighter blue than that, please. Joe's gonna grab a coffee across the street. Does anybody want anything? Shit, man. What I wouldn't give for a fucking large with oat milk right now, son. I gotta get rid of the... I extended this vine too far. I don't know what this goopy stuff is. I'm just gonna say it's fungus stuff for now, just because I don't want to make a whole layer for it, but it doesn't really look like a discernible fungus, so maybe that'd be worth a redesign there. Who knows if we even need it at all. I didn't really carry through that concept of like some gunk pushing the plates off. I didn't really carry that through anywhere else, so... Let's say that's fungus. I didn't really think about, I didn't plan on doing this monster in color. I'm not even sure this project would be a project in color. I just wanted to practice, less practice, more, as I've said, explore the flatting color pipeline in clip so I can see what shortcuts and stuff I need to change. And that proved fruitful already. You know, I learned how to clip layers to each other here in Clip Studio. So it's one little thing, one other little thing learned. All right, so now these are all separated out. We can tone them down now. Get more natural colors to them. I guess the bones could be kind of what they were. I want them a little warmer than that. I don't know how deep I'm gonna go here because, like I said, I didn't plan for this to be a color thing. I don't know if it's in color, and we've been live for 3.5 hours already, and I am getting hungry, so. I'll move this towards warmth, but keep it very gray. It's kind of a nice tone. And the mushrooms would all need to be kind of separate colors, but what could be a good shorthand for them? The purplish is kind of nice. David Castillo, how are you, sir? Hope you're doing well, man. Thank you, David. I appreciate it. Steven, have you heard that song Zapata's Blood by Rage Against the Machine? No, I didn't know they had a song called that. I'll have to check it out sometime. You know, obviously I'm flattered, you know, they really honor me. It's nice that they made a song in my honor. Let's see what kind of... Let me Google some illegal mushrooms on my other screen here. Let me Google some illegal products of the earth. Look at their colors. Do you sacrifice fun for learning? Never. As I said, I prioritize the fun. Bring up the fun. Ah. Yeah, they're very, you know, the individual colors in a lot of the funguses are kind of neutral, but it gets crazy and colorful feeling in combination. And like, you know, there's a nice variety. Like even a very like fleshy kind of beige mushroom will have little flecks of like green and like a steely blue and a purple in there. The variety of it makes it quite colorful. Saman Kucher says, ever since I've changed my account name to Baron of Bees, Steven has been ignoring me. What do you expect? What do you expect? You brought this upon yourself. So this might be a base, if we're using this as a base to continue experimenting with clip, this design might be a base now to customize the painting tool set in clip. Or not, you know, not painting, but like what I usually do to shade with color a little bit. You know, figure out how I'm going to get gradients, import some of the brushes that I like. We can use this as a base to investigate that tool set. And again, just go in there and change shortcuts, make custom work palettes and all this. To continue our journey to make clip acceptable for me. Because all I've really used in clip is the pen brushes. I don't even pencil, brush, thick paint. Oh, it seems I already added some of my Photoshop brushes at some point. I must have done this when I was first trying clip. Is a hard round in here? Yeah, it is. Let's see how the hard round feels. What happens when I right click? No. So right click is eyedropper. Brush size, opacity, brush density down here. Is that hardness? It doesn't look like hardness. Looks like some version of opacity. That goes back to my... If I'm gonna work like this, I'm gonna have to figure out... Interesting, I see. So I set B to be my shortcut for going back to my drawing tool, or at least that's what I thought I was doing, but it turns out that takes me specifically back to the pen tool. So I don't want that. I want B to just be whatever the last drawing implement I was using. I want it to be like all three of these. See, clip breaks it out into pen, pencil, and brush submenus. And I guess those all traditionally in clip have a different shortcut. Does anybody know how I could basically ignore that and B just takes me back to whatever I was using last? Anybody know how I can do that? Should you just add all your brushes to pen category? Let's see. Duplicate. Crashing. Crashing. I think that crashed my Clip Studio. Oh no. It opened something way off. First, let me save. Now. So if I make it a pen, will that move it? No, it stayed put. And it's not in the pen subtool. Can I drag it? Now it is its own thing inside of, okay. Would I have to do that one by one? Could I do them all at once if I had to? Can I shift click? Can I command click? Okay, so I can do it. It's just a little annoying. I gotta move them over one by one. But that's not a deal breaker. Switch between current and previous subtools to whatever you want, including B. It'll warn you that it will override being used as a quick shortcut in category tools for brush. Okay, I might need to try that. Why are you switching from Photoshop to CSP? Because Photoshop has never paid me a dime, but Clip Studio has. I'm for sale, baby. It's that simple. I'm kidding. There's just a bunch of features that Clip has that Photoshop does not, that I want to try out. To be clear, I'm not switching from Photoshop to CSP. I want to be comfortable in CSP, have all my shortcuts set up, have my workspace set up so that when I want to use those functions, I'll actually go into CSP and use it. Because right now I won't. Even when I, Even when I'm like, oh, CSP does that much easier, I might go over there for a second and try to use it, but then I haven't done my shortcuts. I'm so used to working quick and easy that I'm just like, I bounce off and I do it in Photoshop. Steve, why did you shave your bird? Your bird? Oh, your beard. I always do. I just, yeah, I don't like keep my face shaven. I'm just on a cycle where I let it grow out, I let it grow out, I shave it, I let it grow out, I let it grow out. I like to experience the full spectrum of bearded, dumb, clean-shavenness. I'm not used to these brush settings. Brush density. Very like 80s, 70s comics colors right now. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that, I say. What makes Photoshop more appealing to you? It's just, I'm used to it. I've been using Photoshop since I was like 12 years old, so I just have a lot of built-in momentum for it. Now here's a guy who would kiss his dog square on the nose, you know it. They get depressed if you don't do that. I kissed my dog right on the nose just this morning. Just this morning I was doing that. Right on her little lips. She was real depressed before that too. As soon as she got the kiss, she was like, I'm so happy. I was like, I know. Stefan Gobert says, oh boy, I'm quickly realizing that I added too much jalapenos to this dish. He's in a spicy situation. Everybody pray for Stefan. Lords of mildness, protect his tongue. Steve, will this be eventually rendered the same way as that Fishman stream you did a couple weeks back? I draw a lot of fishermen. I don't know what fisherman you're talking about. I draw a whole lot of fishermen's. In the wide world of fishermen's, rising from dark lagoons under a squamous moon, fishermen's of all ilk and sort, by turns squishy and scaly, rising up, walking towards me, threatening to pull me under the waves with them. Please, please, fishermen's, leave me be. Purple Fishman, that purple one that was very rendered profile view. Oh, that guy. Yeah, I forgot about him. Yeah, I forgot about him because my discard pile would be most people's entire careers, so it's easy for me to forget. No, for something like that, I wouldn't start it with lines like this. Not lines that I like inked and pinned down. For something I'm going to paint, the amount of line work that I did here would only get in the way in the finished product. If I take lines this far, it's because they're supposed to be visible in the finish. For the level of rendering that is done in that guy, I would start with a much more soft atmospheric sketch that I'm comfortable just destroying and doesn't have all these hard edges that would get in the way of the value shapes. And I would start painting much earlier. Like, I've got a couple hours of work on this guy. Or more. I've got, a few hours of work on this guy. I haven't rendered anything or painted anything. If I was going to go for that level of render, I would start painting way earlier, like after an hour, But that's just me. That's for me. Not everybody needs to work that way. For me, if I'm going to render that heavily, I want to see it early. I want to see the forms early. I want to see the shapes early. I want to see the gradients early so that I can start fixing them early and so that I don't do a bunch of useless lines that I'm going to erase anyway. Steven, have you read Shadow over Innsmouth? If you did it inspire you into drawing fishmen? Yeah, of course. I've read Shadow over Innsmouth many times, not just once. It's a classic. And I would say I definitely had drawn some fishermen's before I read Shadow over Innsmouth when I don't know, I probably read it for the first time sometime in my teen years. But it definitely cemented in me that it was important to continue drawing fishermen. That it wasn't just some flight of fancy, but that fishermen were extremely culturally relevant and important. The hard round brush feels fine for painting and clip. It's not quite what I'm used to, but it's mushy and has a good fall off in the low opacity areas. Definitely workable. Dude, I'm so hungry, but drawing is so much fun. Playing around with stuff is so much fun. I can't stop. Pushing it here, though. Dude, we're 4 minutes away from my 4-hour cutoff. Longtime fans know I've got a 4-hour hard out on drawing for the day. Go much further than that, burnout territory. Rather reinvest it into tomorrow. Getting dangerously close. Oof, you went outside, Joe? You actually did it? It's rough. I'm in the hole all day. I ain't going out there. I don't do well in the heat. Let's change the color on that shadow a little bit more. Give a little bit more of a definitive character. A little bluer. I think I gotta vary some of the colors of these vines. Let's make some more gray or yellow. Let's try yellow since we already have yellow, so that'll kind of give us a little continuity, a little color circulation. Steven, not sure if you know, but Clip has a cool feature that brings you back to the tool you used if you hold shortcut of another tool and then release it. For example, try to erase while holding E. Oh, interesting. Interesting. There's probably some tricky stuff that could be done with that. That's very interesting. I would definitely have to rewrite a bunch of muscle memory for that, but that's definitely on the menu lately, so. That's the Halloween skin, for sure. That's the pumpkin version. This is the normal version. Halloween skin. Squash Uncle Mickey. Pumpkin Uncle Mickey. Let's get a little green on this guy's wood occasionally too, to imply some moss or lichen or something. Continue to circulate colors. Is that Hades OST I hear? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. All right, I really got to stop messing around soon because I'm over 4 hours here. So what happens when I start early? Let's see what a multiply layer looks like on this. Haven't tested blending modes in Clit. Nick says, I really enjoy working without any pressure sensitivity for line weight. I don't know, it just feels good and right to me. Yeah, a lot of people like that. Kind of has like a, I mean, lots of pens feel that way in real life, you know? They kind of refuse to go thicker or thinner. What is the current song? This is Mouth of Sticks from the Hades soundtrack. The previous one is Wretched Shades from the Hades soundtrack. I don't know how long ago that was asked. Photoshop does the same. In Photoshop, if you hold a shortcut, it'll snap back to the previous thing when you're done. I did not know that. It doesn't feel that much faster. I mean, it's interesting, but I mean, I'm just tapping B and E anyway. You know, it's not really that much quicker. Steven, color is that tree bark now? Yeah, I was thinking bark. I think for this character, it should maybe be grayer, though. I mean, right now, the browner looks nice. It's still pretty gray. It just looks... It has some warmth in it, and the other colors are popping that warmth out, but... Opinions on Lazy Nezumi? I've never used it. It's Windows only, last I checked, so... I have long since gotten used to drawing without a stability assist, so... Not really a part of my workflow. Photoshop stability assist is really laggy, so I never turn it on. Procreate's is better. I don't sketch or really draw with the assist on in Procreate, but if I need to throw a big curve, I'll like specifically go turn it on and then turn it off again. In Procreate, I use the quick shape all the time for like ellipses and stuff like that. I wish everything had that, the quick shape function where you just draw an ellipse. Oh, I'm locked on a layer, but in Procreate, you can draw an ellipse sloppy, and then if you just stay, you don't lift your pen, it'll turn it into a perfect ellipse. It'll do that with lines too and stuff. I think that's a great feature. I use that all the time in Procreate. It's a really nice way to do straight lines too, because you can vary the nature of the lines sloppy, and then it'll turn it perfectly straight, but it'll kind of keep some of the variation that you built in. It's really nice. I saw Procreate on their Twitter said they were going to have some big announcement soon. It was like, it's time. I'm hopeful that when they say it's time, they mean they're finally doing a desktop version like everybody's been asking for so long. If that's what they're announcing, a desktop version of Procreate, I will definitely be testing that. Saman says, awesome stream, not gonna lie. Goddamn right. What music is playing? Mouth of Sticks from the Hades soundtrack. I gotta paint a little on the bones. On these bones. I changed the color. Whoops. Those ribs get pretty lost. I could redesign those. I could, but will I? You could redesign them, but will you? I think unfortunately, a layabout like you, you're just going to settle for good enough. Good Herzog impression. Here we have the mediocre artist seeking a transcendent aesthetic experience. Try as he might, he will never match the might of his heroes. But it is in the journey that he finds salvation. Lines more emphasized, form more emphasized, lines more emphasized, form more emphasized. Split the difference? I always wind up going for the form. I need to do a little something on my bones layer. Where the hell are my bones? There we go. I'll need to make some, I need to move over my pre-made pressure sensitive brushes for size. Because unlike Photoshop, Photoshop has toggles up top to turn on like pressure sensitivity for size and opacity separately on a brush that doesn't have them on. I don't see that here. Maybe it's somewhere, I gotta go look for it. I could also just have, and I do have them in Photoshop, I just don't always use them, just separate brushes that already have it turned on that I could jump to. All right, folks, let us leave it there for today. We're going on 4.5 hours here. It's way past lunchtime, and I am hungry, and I exercised the art demon. I checked out the color tools. I did the flats. I finished inking this baby. We'll come back to him. We'll do more stuff to him, I think, but let's leave him there for today. While I say goodbye, I'll update the thumbnail so I don't have to do it after I get off stream. Can you auto ratio cropping in Clip like you can in Photoshop? I will literally, since I'm in a rush now, I'm gonna literally do this. I'm gonna open Photoshop just for this for 2 seconds. It's gonna feel good to eat. (16:9) pre-made ratio. Go like this. Go like this. Data Loop says, "No, come back. I can't. The body hungers." Oh, I did that very low res. Oh, well. That's right. All right, fine. I'll do it for real again. MushaMans. Quality 100. Of course I want quality 100. My JPEGs are 100 only. It's in Photoshop. You're all saving your JPEGs at 8 and 9. My JPEGs are 12s. You don't even, your bar probably doesn't even go up to 12 because Photoshop knows it's like, this guy's not on the same level. 12s are only for Steven. I got that there. My JPEG slider goes to 12. And all of my art sets that shit all the way to the right. That's left for you right that way. Clip. Come on, bro. Come on, Clip. Just save it, dog. Clip. Save the JPEG, man. Clip, my dude. Jesus, why was that? Oh, I think I had my export settings saved from, I think I had my export settings saved from when I was testing the vector output. I just output this file at 25,000 pixels across. That's why it took so long. Yeah, it might be a little more than we need. A little more than we need for a YouTube thumbnail. Don't look bad. Pretty nice quality export even at that. Pretty nice up-res algorithm from Clip. Looks good. I mean, I was drawing pretty high res anyway, but That is still really big to make a file. Yeah, 25,000. 16.9. Clip seriously needs GPU acceleration. I agree, but I'm still willing to learn it because I think they will fix that. That's the kind of thing that they'll just randomly fix one day, you know? One day they'll just make an announcement like, it has GPU acceleration now. Goodbye to LS Demon, goodbye to iSmile Arc, goodbye to Domed Dome, goodbye to Monochrome Effect. Nope, I forgot to down-res this. Let me make this 1920. Anna Rude says, my JPEGs are 15 easy. It's 15 easy, dog. Dog? It's 15 easy, dog. Dog. It's 15 easy, dog. $12. I'm just kidding. I have to. Photoshop has, YouTube has a very low file size limit for JPEG, so for the YouTube thumbnail, I gotta save it low quality, or else it won't accept it. Bum, 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 bum. All right, uploading, save, thumbnail changed, stream done. We had a wonderful time. We made art, we laughed, we cried, we had existential breakthroughs, we cried again. We worried about UFOs, we screamed, we raged at each other. We ruined our friendship and our parasocial relationship. You all abandoned me, everybody unsubscribed. I redeemed myself. You all came back, you all forgave me. You all came back into the fold. You all gave me money. I didn't give you guys money. We had transcendent aesthetic experiences. We all fell in love. We struggled. We worked through it. Despite all of our efforts, we couldn't piece it back together. We fell out of love. We got divorced. We became distant. Time healed all wounds. We started getting lunch together again, just to reminisce about old times, see how the other was doing. And slowly, in the place where we least expected it, a little flicker of love reemerged between us on this stream today. In the most mysterious of ways, in a way that we thought, we wouldn't allow ourselves to love again. We were surprised to find that there was still something there between us, between you and me. Stream.